And good morning everyone, and welcome to day 3, the final day of judging of the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards. And we've got 2 amazing categories coming up. Is that right? Have I got that right? 2 categories. It's the environment categories, environment restricted and environment open. So we hope you'll join us throughout the day to enjoy some amazing images. I've had a sneaky peek, and yes, there are some amazing images here, but we'll leave it to the judges to decide which ones are more amazing than others. We've got an outstanding panel here in front of me, full of wisdom, skill, experience, talent. Oh, okay, they're starting to vomit. So we'll move through. So welcome, Chris Saunders. Thank you for coming along nice and early this morning and getting here in readiness for this. Shireen Van Tool, hello, lovely. How are you? Nice to see you. Richard Goodwin. Richard, thank you for joining us over the past 3 days. It's been great to have you part of the crew, so welcome, sir. Gary Saar, the lovely Gary Saar, who's a wealth of experience over many, can I say decades, Gary?
Yes, many
decades. Yes, thank you. And Christian Sprogo, who's been an outstanding photographer. How many decades have you been around for, Christian?
Pushing 3 now.
3 decades, yeah. So the room is brimming with experience and talent. So thank you, team, for coming along. Let's see. Now, we're judging the environment restricted category. Now, this one has some few restrictions that the judges may need to be aware of if they're not already. So it's a little different. So the environment restricted is any nature, wildlife, natural landscape, urban landscape or aerial image that has been captured and post-produced in accordance with the restrictive capture and post-processing rules in section 5.3. So I'm going to run through the pertinent ones. I'm not going to read all the rules out, but these are the pertinent, the relevant to assist you with your understanding of the images that are appearing in this category. So processing or editing is limited to making the image look as close to the original scene as possible, except that conversion to grayscale monochrome is allowed. The following editing techniques are allowed: cropping, straightening and perspective correction, removal or correction of elements added by the camera or lens, such as dust, spots, noise, chromatic aberration and lens distortion. Global and selective adjustments such as brightness, hue, saturation and contrast to restore the appearance of the original scene. Complete conversion of colour images to grayscale monochrome. Blending of multiple images of the same subject and combining them in a camera or with software, but only when used to achieve exposure blending or focus stacking. HDR, in other words, is one of the options there. Image stitching, combining multiple images with overlapping fields of view that are taken consecutively, but only when used to create panoramas. So those ones are allowed. This is what's prohibited. Removing, adding to, moving or changing any part of an image except for cropping and straightening. Add a vignette during processing. Blurring parts of the image during processing to hide elements in the original scene. Darkening parts of the image during processing to hide elements in the original scene. All conversions other than to complete grayscale monochrome. Conversions of parts of an image to monochrome or partial toning, desaturation or oversaturation of colour. Blending or stitching of multiple images of the same subject or different subjects, combining them in camera or with software with the exception of exposure blending and focus stacking as previously mentioned. So all post-production must be the work of the entrant or by a retoucher or digital artist under the direction of the entrant. And finally, there may be captions for the images, and I will let you know what they are when they arrive. Does that make sense? Do I have any questions? You will be tested. So we'll start off with our run through of the images, which is 1 second per image. So we're going to run through that, and then we'll just quickly then change over to view each image individually and get on with our scoring and judging and analysing and commenting. I will be asking for a comment. It's one of the important attributes of this competition is that every entrant receives feedback, at least one comment. Usually if there's a review, then there'll be multiple comments. I'd like to keep your comments succinct, please. Basically less than 30 seconds. Otherwise, we'll be going into a fourth day of judging, and nobody wants that. Okay, are we ready to go for our slideshow? Okay, I just need to set the computer up here. And here, and oops. And let's see if it's all going to behave. All good. Any questions? Are we ready? Right, I just need to find the right category here. Enviro, restricted, here we go. Alright, let's bring up our first image and good luck, judges. This image has a caption. Body of Earth. Finger pointing. The pink. Orange and brown beta-carotene hues serve to protect the cells in environments with intense light and salinity. So our sponsor for this category, which we would very happily like to recognise, is Camera Electronic, a long-term proud supporter of the Orloff Awards, Pro Photography WA, and even the industry at large. I don't think there'd be a photographer on the planet that wouldn't be aware of Camera Electronic. So, judges. Yep. Scores. Ta-da. Thank you, judges. So this image scores, what a nice start to the day, a 7, a silver award. Shireen, I'm going to throw you into the breach straight up. You like this image? What are its attributes? And is there any room for improvement, mate? Or is it perfect?
I do like this image very much. And it's a lovely start to the day. Really is. Loving the textures once you get up close. Really beautiful work. And I do like the abstract nature of the image itself as well. To me, it looks like teeth. But anyway, that's fine. It's beautifully done. Got really lovely colour tones, colour and tone in there, and specifically the textures and the abstract nature of the image is gorgeous. So well done to the artist.
Thank you. And Richard would like to throw in.
I just wanted to compliment the artist on the what I might call the anatomical metaphor.
What does that mean, Richard?
Well, the reference to bones there, both in appearance and in the caption. I think that's a really splendid added feature.
Excellent. Learned new words today already. The day's young. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going for our next image. Now the prize for the winner of the environment category is a certificate, a digital badge, print corners, sash, and $1,000 to spend in the camera electronics store. $1,000. It's like Christmas has come. You can walk into the shop, and of course you're welcome to spend a bit more if you want, but whatever you do, you get $1,000 off. Okay, we've got I'm sure they'd be happy to support and help you out with that. Sorry, we're going to go 6. Need to move that cell. 6. And thanks, Serene. Sorry, folks, could you just see you were holding a 10 up there, actually. 5. 5. And just take it up. Thank you. This image scores a 5. Look for a volunteer for a comment here. Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, there's some really nice elements in this image. You know, the tongue sticking out of the giraffe's mouth obviously adds a sense of humour to it. The bird on the neck of the giraffe adds another point of interest. I think to bring this element or to bring this image back up through the scoring range a bit more, I would be there's a few distractions. The first is the branches that come out the top of the giraffe's head, so perhaps just shifting the angle round slightly next time to capture from a slightly different angle. And I'd also perhaps look at changing the depth of field slightly more to bring that bird into focus as well on the giraffe's neck.
Great comments, Chris. Thank you. Okay, off to our next image. I know. Change it. Thank you, judges. Of course, what all the entrants could be dreaming about what they'll be buying from Camera Electronic while the judges do their thing. This image, thank you judges, you may relax because I'm going to announce a score of 7, a silver award. Shireen, you're keen to say something.
Can I thingy you?
Oh, no, sorry, you're not more than 2. You're not 2 or more, sorry, but you can comment. So no thingy.
Beautiful work. I'd love to thingy it, but they won't let me. It's really, really lovely, really beautiful. They capture the timing, loving the tones. Yeah, very clever. Well done, well seen.
Great, good comments, thank you. And I'm sorry we're not breaking the rules today. But them's the rules. Okay, we're going with our next image. So some of you in the audience or out in live stream land might be wondering, where's this name Orloff come from? Well, Izzy Orloff is a prominent photographer, West Australian, who was prolific in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s and 60s, largely based in Fremantle, and captured a variety of social life, important events. Anybody that probably played sport around in the Fremantle area during that period was probably photographed by Izzy Orloff. The library has a an amazing collection of images that's been on loan from the Orloff family. And it's been with the blessing of the Orloff family that we've been privileged to name these awards after our local hero, Izzy Orloff. So I've got our scores coming in now. And this image scores 7 Silver Award. Christian, would you like to... You was bang on the money there with 7.
Yeah, I like this image. I've got a guess that they were, when they visualised that, they saw the river and they needed to possibly get a picture of it. I would have. They've done a great job of showing the flow of the water and the textures of the environment around it. I look at it and I enjoy it. Great work, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Next image. The judges are scrutinising these awards. Of course, if you're live streaming, you're welcome to share the link that you have with any colleagues, friends, family. Anyone's welcome to dial in into the link and observe these amazing collection of images, hear the commentary and see the scores. So scores are coming in for this image now. Good. This image scores an 8, which is a silver plus. Gary, you were very fond of this image. Tickled your fancy, yes? Yeah, just make sure it's up.
It's up, yep. I can't see how to improve this image, considering that this is straight out of camera. It's so beautifully captured and composed. I mean, there's things you could do, but you can't do them. To capture the highlights and the shadows and that stillness of the moment is exceptional. It's like it's been posed. It's so good.
Thank you, Gary. Exceptional indeed. Okay, we're going on to our next image. Thank you, judges. Okay, let's get some scores. Okay. And this image scores 6, which is bronze recognition. Anyone like to volunteer a comment, please? Okay, I'm going to have to pick on you then. Richard, would you be up for a comment?
Beautifully sharp portrait of a magnificent beast. Lighting very well handled. There's a lot of detail there to enjoy. again, you can't do anything about this, but the absence of much of the left eye is just a little bit unfortunate, but out of your control.
Great, thank you. Okay, coming up to our next image. And this image has a caption. The caption for this image is Body of Earth, blood loss. Natural algae is grown in open-air seawater lagoons, which, when exposed to sunlight, produces beta-carotene to protect itself. Not sure if we've mentioned before, but the proud sponsor of the Orloff Awards is Ilford, which we are very fortunate. They've been very generous in providing a grand first prize of $3,000 cash to the professional photographer of the year. So we are very appreciative of Ilford's support and very lucky to have this global company supporting little old WA in the Orloff Awards. Okay, we've got our scores coming in. Good, we're here. This image is going to score a 7, which is a silver award. Chris, would you like to have a chat, please?
Yeah, it's a great image. It's sharp in all the right places, which is one of the first things you look for in an aerial of this style. I guess the only things I can perhaps suggest in terms of increasing the score is perhaps a bit more mid-tone contrast into the image as a global adjustment might help some of those details pop a bit more. And I'd even consider just rotating it 90 degrees as well. I think that might provide a stronger composition.
To be considered. Great feedback, thank you. Okay, next image. Of course, one of the ways we can support our sponsor as a community is to engage their services, purchase their product, and we're very lucky that Ilford have an amazing array of papers which will, in many of the award-winning prints for the finalists, will be printed on Ilford papers. Consider it. If you're not sure of which paper to use, and if you're familiar with Ilford, I think you'll be very happy with the selection that they have. Certainly talk to your printing professional. He can advise you on the best paper surface to best suit your images, particularly when you're going into the awards, the possibility of taking out a category or even the overall prize. Okay. I think, what's it called? Is it a royal flush or a full house or something like that? It's all 6s, so bronze. I'm sorry. Sorry, there's always someone. So we do have a score of 6, which is a bronze recognition. Well done to the... thank you, Gary, if you'd like to provide your wisdom.
Oh, I congratulate the photographer on managing to get the eyes and the end of the trunk perfectly in focus and the ears slightly out. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, we go to our next image. This has a caption. Body of Earth, skin deep. The beta-carotene produced in these lagoons is the main precursor of vitamin A, important for healthy skin. judges are getting right into it now. They're really humming along. Okay, the scores coming through. This image scores a 6, which is bronze recognition. Thank you. Christian, if you could offer some advice as to can the entrant improve?
Yeah, it was a lovely soft palette, this one. It's sometimes these types of images can be rather contrasty. I think it could have benefited from a little bit of contrast, different time of day or different angle. But I like that if they were after the soft palette, they've achieved that. It just potentially lacks a little bit of contrast to get the detail from it. If they wanted to do that, that would be another option.
Cool. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to our next image. Of course, Camera Electronic will be very proud of the images that will be exhibited. So there will be an exhibition of the finest images from the competition, and it's at the State Library, which is nice and handy. It's very central, close to the train station, and amongst all the cultural precinct of Perth. Kelly, what's the dates for the exhibition, roughly? 19th of September through to February. So you can see it multiple times. So we'll be promoting it, but we would encourage you to bring along family, friends, colleagues, maybe visit with some photography colleagues and have a little critique session of your own. Okay, we've got our scores coming through. This image scores 5, professional practice. Okay, comment. Chris, yes please.
Yeah, very. You definitely get feelings of being, in a crisp, cold environment from the image. The photographer has done a great job of capturing those feels in this scene. I think, to me though, perhaps the colour's a bit distracting in this image, and it might work better as a black and white, and perhaps that that would bring out the contrast in the textures a bit more, and allow us to see those beautiful patterns in the trees.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're moving on. Our next image is So as part of the Orloff Awards, of course we have the awards night where all the winners are announced, and it's a great gathering for the industry. It's very social, it can be very exciting. We get to see all the finalists that have resulted from this judging process, and it's also where the winners are announced, and where we can also recognise and pay gratitude to our sponsors. Our scores are coming in. So that's at the 19th of September, which I think is a Thursday evening. It'll be at the State Library of WA, and we'll certainly be promoting it because we'd love everyone to come along. Scores have come in for this image, and this image scores an 8 Silver Plus award. Okay. Thank you, Gary. You liked it.
I did like it, and it's always good to volunteer a comment before you even know what you're going to say. I was really impressed by the photographer's restraint with the levels, so that the focus was entirely on the eye and the beak, and that little surprise of the double sun in the background or highlight really sort of captured me. But the highlights and midtones are so subdued, and from my perspective, I would have been so tempted to bring up the contrast and lose that focus on the eye. but the photographer didn't, so I congratulate them on that.
Excellent. Well, for someone that doesn't know what to say, it's pretty good. It's such a professional. Thank you, Gary. Okay, moving on to the next image. So yes, for the 19th of September, book your tickets early. We do need to know numbers. It is catered for. There's, I don't know, what do we class? Is it finger food or? Substantial. It's substantial. It's another level. Oh, yeah. By the way, there is the grog. So if you enjoy a wine or a beer, then yes, you'll be satisfied. So it's a good occasion to celebrate photography. Scores are coming in. And this image scores 7, a silver award. Shireen, would you like to share your wisdom for us?
Hi, yes. Thank you for showing us this image. I think that the textures are just amazing. So the artist is showing us all these different levels of all these different textures coming through, and it's really enjoyable to be walking through the image. So we're really well done. Thank you.
Okay. Next image. Of course, the beauty about this category being environmental restricted is we really are relying on the talents of a photographer, often at the moment of capture, which adds another degree of difficulty. Can't really fix a lot of things up that we don't get at the time we snap the image. So, well done to these entrants. Scores are 3. This image scores 7 silver awards. Christian, thank you. Oh, sorry.
I misheard that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, this is lovely. I think they really captured a moment. The eyes just grab you straight away. Second, the natural vignette when the photographer's chosen their position. Beautiful. The pensive look, the mouth just open. You get to see the teeth. It gives another dimension to the face. The whole thing's just great. Just captured a moment. The tail, it's all beautifully composed, beautifully exposed. Lovely scene.
Excellent. Thank you, Christian. Okay, moving on to our next image. And this image has a caption. Body of Earth. Blood, bone and fat. The beta-carotene produced in the seawater lagoons acts as an antioxidant that protects cells and tissues. Our scores are coming through. Thank you, guys. And this image scores a 7 silver award. 7, the last two. Who would like to comment, please? Richard, thank you.
Well, I think there's another anatomical metaphor here. It looks like a bone there in a way, part of a skeleton. So that's a nice illusionary reference that adds another layer of meaning to it. I think the negative space is really beautifully handled and typical of these sorts of images, lovely crisp sharpness in the image.
Excellent. Thank you, Richard. And we'll move to our next image. So I'm going to do a little double promo here. So we have our category sponsor, Camera Electronic, and our overall sponsor, Ilford. And of course, you can go to Camera Electronic to buy your Ilford papers. Double joy. And this image scores, well, guess what? A 7. Silver Award. Lovely consistency through our imagery and as seen by our judges. Okay, next image.
Comment?
Oh, apologies. Christian, thank you.
I think they've seen something lovely. I think they've technically shot it very well. There's a beautiful amount of movement in the foreground, and then they've captured those beautiful highlights, which is probably the thing that I saw almost immediately was the reflection of the sky in the water. The silver sort of, it's very, there's a lot of movement, and then you get this calmness, and then you've got the rock behind. I really like the composition. I really like the whole way they've seen it and portrayed it. It's very excellent.
Great, thank you, Christian. Now we go to next image. So please support our sponsors. They're the ones that are giving back to the industry, and we've got a whole raft of supporting industries, photographic businesses that help the awards and Pro Photography WA and the industry at large. So if you're in two minds as to which person to use, perhaps consider give a preference to the people that support the industry. And certainly for this category, it's Camera Electronic and our overall sponsor, Ilford, who have been very generous in what they're providing to us as a give back. So just have that in your mind when you're making your next purchase or order. Scores are coming through. Well, it's not a 7, it's a 9. Gold Award. Okay, I know you'll all be clamouring for a comment for this one. Meeny, miny, miny, Chris, could I get you to
Well, yeah, I'm privileged to be able to talk to this. Thanks, Des. What's not to like? It's a very, very strong, very strong graphic. The highlights are just handled beautifully. The depth of detail in those shadows, the pop of red, the little flick of the towel that stops you falling out the image in the bottom left-hand corner and brings you back in round the top. I really, and I like the negative space on the right-hand side. It just gives you the opportunity to, of where to project yourself as to where that bird is heading to. So I think it's well seen, well captured, and excellent result. Congratulations.
Great commentary. Thank you, Chris. Well, folks, what a lovely way to finish. That is the last image of the category.
Just get me.
That's right, because it's good fun. It's great seeing great images, and there really was a nice way to finish on a goal. Wasn't planned, but there you go. These things, life is like that. So we're going to have a 5-minute break. So we're going to then get on to the next category, which is Environment General. So thank you for joining us on live stream, and to the audience, thank you for coming along today. Have a break, a coffee or a tea, and we'll see everybody in 5 minutes. And welcome back, everyone. And we're going to go through to the Environment General category, proudly sponsored by Camera Electronic. Many thanks to Howard and Saul for their support in this category and other parts of the awards, and for their support in general for the Ilford Orloff Awards. So we're going to be going through a lovely selection of images in the environment category. Some people might have considered this to be the landscape category, but it is wider than that. So we may see images that include nature, wildlife, natural landscape, urban landscape and aerial landscapes. Now, different to the rules that I read out for the environment restricted, where there was some post-production restrictions, in this category it's basically open. Anything goes. So you can bear that in mind in your assessment of your images. So I think we'll get straight into it. We'll start off with our slideshow to give you an overview of all the images entered into this category, and then we'll get down to judging. So sharpen your pencils. We're about to go to work. This show should start shortly. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, I've got my screens mixed up. Let me go back here. Apologies, everyone. I'll do that, and I need to do that. And then, I had a nice view of the slideshow. And we go here and do that. There we go. Okay, that is our selection of images. So we'll go straight to the environment general category, starting off with, are you all set, judges? For our first image, good luck everyone. So just a reminder to our entrants, particularly if you become a finalist, but if you're not sure, we're asking people not to share their results or their images on social media, because there's still the second stage of judging. Therefore, we don't want judges who may be involved in this process to be aware of who the photographers are, who's authored any of the images. We're trying to keep it as impartial as possible. So I know it's exciting, I know you want to share, but please be patient, hold on to your scores and your results until the final stages, and then, by all means, go berserk. Our scores are coming in. So this image scores 7, Silver Award. Any volunteer comments? Richard, thank you. You like this image? More than I like the microphone. Sure.
It's fabulous image. What I think its real outstanding strength is its originality. It's unique. This is an image unlike one you'd go a long way to ever find anything that replicates this. It's beautifully handled in the mono, with a good tonal range, great textures. It's just an alluring piece of work that would hang happily on a wall for years and years, and you'd keep enjoying elements in it.
Great feedback. Thank you, Richard. All right, moving on to our next image. scores are coming through. So this image scores 7, Silver Award. Okay, I'll seek a comment. Well, thank you, Christian.
I like this image. It's nice when an image immediately gives you an emotion. So that's what that did for me. I think the soft palette up in the background shining down, and the whole mood's fantastic. They've seen something. Any positive feedback might be to just allow the treetops, the sky to be a little bit higher. It's just it's not a definitive, but it's just a an interesting thought to have a look at. But I liked it.
Thank you, Christian. Okay, next image. Thank you, judges. Move to a minimum, please. It's nice to see happy judges enjoying their visual delights. This image scores 6, which is bronze recognition. Okay. Photographer. I'm going to seek a comment. Gary, would you... What can be done, do you think, to assist this photographer? Is there some helpful advice you can be provided?
I think the highlights are handled beautifully, and the centre of focus there is the colourful blue area. I think it would be helped if it had something to be able to focus on, because I was sort of searching everywhere throughout the photograph to try and find something. Yes, a central focus or an object or a subject would help that.
Certainly. Thank you, Gary. Okay, moving on to the next image. So Ilford, who I'm constantly going to be acknowledging, was really our founding overall sponsor for the awards. And it's a leap of faith when last year when they joined us when it was all new and a little unknown. So we're very appreciative of this global company's support and their generous providing of a great prize of $3,000 cash for the Professional Photographer of the Year. Thank you, judges, for your scores. This image scores 7, Silver Award. Shireen, would you like to have this image reviewed?
Yes, I would.
Very good. So, you like it?
I like it a lot. I would like to have this image reviewed. Look, congratulations to whoever is bringing me this gorgeous thing. It's really, really pretty, really beautiful. Texturally, absolutely amazing. I'm really enjoying your blur in the middle of the image there of the boats. Really reminiscent of some impressionistic work there as well. It's really nice to have a blend of different types of processes going on, like you're nice and sharp, you've got your texture there in the foreground that grounds us to where we are in the space, and then it gives us that romantic water blur and the boat blur. I think it's really, really gorgeous, and I think that it puts me in that place, which is what an image is supposed to do.
Great, thank you. Serena, did you see it the same way?
I certainly liked the layering effect of the very blurred background versus the sharp foreground. In contrary to Shireen, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more detail in the boats. It does put you obviously in Venice, so that anchor point to me would be better handled with even just one of the boats a little bit in focus, to my thinking.
Sure. Richard, thank you.
I do agree with the comments, Shireen's comments, but what just brought it back a little bit for me was the volume of foreground. I just thought its proportionality was a little bit excessive. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, thank you.
I gave it a reasonably high score. I love. Is it good?
I think it's still.
Yeah. No. Here we go. I really like this image. I particularly like the tower in the background. For me, that actually adds, and that's a creative element that the photographers considered. It really puts another dimension to the image. I hear your comments about the foreground. I probably agree with that a little bit. I think they've done a great job with composing it with the rule of thirds and the leading lines, and I love the boat movement. So to me, it was high level and a high score.
Thank you, Christian. Gary, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I is it on?
I think we're good.
Yep. I love this image also. It's just beautiful, and I could have gone higher. My personal taste would have been to have it more moodier and darker and a little bit less foreground.
Great. Shireen, you have a right of reply here, and do you wish to address any of those concerns?
I think that just because we have this discussion itself, it needs to go up, to be honest. I don't believe that an image has to be beloved by everybody just to get a good score. I think the conversation needs to be had to get a good score. That's
what about the print?
Yes, about the print. That's my personal opinion.
Yes, yes.
Tonally beautiful. And I think that we need to just rethink, guys.
Okay. Everybody's had their say. Shireen, you will hold your score. And everybody else is going to rescore. And let's see if there's movement. See you all quivering in anticipation. So, 7 was the score. It's now 8. Silver plus. Well done, team. Good job. Next image. It's often rewarding for a review to happen. It's certainly rewarding. A successful review is certainly rewarding for the photographer, the entrant, but it's also a level of satisfaction for the judging team to know that they've given due consideration, as they do to all their images. Our judging team are very considerate. Every image is scrutinised and the scores are evaluated and re-evaluated. It's a great competition in the sense that it's a team of judges and anyone can come and sit in the audience or on live stream and listen in on a judging process, which is quite rare for a photographic competition. Our scores are coming in. And this image scores an 8 Silver Plus award. Sweetheart, you liked it.
I did like this image. I think the more you look at this image, the more you see in the image. I think the elements, although initially seem similar, on closer detail, there's more and more to the image the more you look. Particularly, I love the little bit of blue in the right-hand side in the third element down, just to add that contrast between the blue and the brown. I think it's a simple image that's obviously the photographer has seen something in the environment and honed in on that, and I think it's beautiful. I'd have that on my wall.
Lovely. Thank you, Serena. Okay, moving on to our next image. So for those that aren't aware, from the scoring and this stage one of the judging, finalists will be chosen and then invited to go to print. And the stage two of the judging then involves behind closed doors judge assessment of the actual prints. And the judges are then disregarding the actual scores, and they will then just be working on choosing the best prints and the best folio of images. Scores are coming through. Here we go. This image scores an 8 Silver Plus award. Shireen, this resonated with you?
Look, I'm now a bit miffed that I didn't bring it up higher. Beautifully treated, really gorgeous information in along the tree bank, the banks of the river, and just a hint into the middle there that brings us into the back of the frame. Really lovely work, reminiscent of Streeton. I think that it's just superb.
Thank you, Sharon. Lovely comments. Next image. So whilst the judges are pontificating over their image, I'd like to recognise a celebrity in the audience from Camera Electronic, Sol Frank. Hello, morning, Sol. Thank you for joining us. I don't know if you're aware, but we've been flogging you guys all mornings.
Enjoyed every minute of it.
Excellent. Thank you. Nothing like enjoying a good flogging.
Howard sends his best as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Sol and Howard. You know, we've been expressing our appreciation and encouraging a great deal of patronage to come your way, sir.
Really appreciate it, guys.
Right, our scores are coming through. What will this score be? Let's see. Coming through, and this image scores a 9 Gold Award. Outstanding. Christian, thank you. I gather you liked it.
Yeah, I did like it. I liked it quite a lot. There's a couple of things here. First, the composition, what's been seen, how they've cropped it, how they've added the information to us as a viewer. I think the restraint on the colour is really clever. They could have, sometimes you can go a little bit too hard, and this is restrained and delicate. I really like it.
Thank you, Christian. What a nice way to experience fine imagery. Next image. This image has a caption. Daylight filtered through louvered windows of the shearing shed. hinting at the holding pens and creating distinct patches of light on the wooden floor. Okay, scores are coming through. This image scores 7, silver award. Shireen, thank you.
Thank you for showing me that somebody else has a lot of dust on their floor, and not just me. The texture on the boards is amazing, and that's what drew me in specifically. Really am enjoying the passageway through to the windows, the light at the back there. Maybe just looking at the shadows a little bit, I think. I was drawn into them. I wanted to see some of that dust, to be honest. Anyway, beautiful, beautiful. Really well done, really well seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Shireen.
Des, could I just make a comment?
Please do, yes. Thanks, Gary.
I'm going to bully my way into this shot because I've got 2 world champion shearers in my family, and I grew up in a shearing shed. So I probably can make a worthwhile comment and excuse some of the things that maybe the other judges have overlooked. Shearing sheds are mostly deserted these days, and this is a deserted shearing shed. There's one dag left on the floor there, and it's probably about 15 years old. But this is a beautiful photograph of a shearing shed that's been used long and long ago, and the dark shadows symbolise what was there once, many, many years ago. So it's an emotional mark that I gave on this for that reason.
It's something special when an image can evoke something in us. So thank you for sharing, Gary. Okay, next image. So while the judges are doing their thing, I'm going to hit Sol up for a question. Sol, what's the most popular Ilford paper that you might sell? Or do you have a favourite Ilford paper?
My personal favourite, and I only just learned this the other day, not that it's my favourite, but within the realm of what you can do within Ilford, so is gold fibre silk.
Gold fibre silk.
For years, it's lovely, it's got that like maroon colour. But when you buy it in rolls, it's got a new name now, and the paper's actually made in Germany.
Right. So Ilford are spreading their wings, and this German-made gold fibre silk is one to have a good look at, yes?
Yeah, it's stunning.
Stunning paper.
Yeah.
Probably give you that
in
edge.
College, it's called, yeah, I even forget the name of what it's called. It's fine art cotton or something like that. But it's
but they,
you can buy it in cut sheet for home printers as well.
People can come in and chat to you about it.
Please.
When would you use this for?
Anyway, back to our scoring.
Talk to you after, Josh.
Here we go. This image scores a 7, silver award. Richard, would you liked it? What did you like about it?
I thought the square crop appealed. The fact that there's sort of 3 levels. We've got, I suppose it's classical landscape structure with a interesting foreground, middle ground, and 2 backgrounds, I suppose. You've got the mountain and the sky. Probably what held it back a fraction for me is that I was searching for another element, something else in there that might have performed as a hero.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next image. So following on from that great advice from Sol, if you're looking for that edge, then gold fibre silk might be the choice for the finest to use when you go to print stage. And we're all looking for that edge. So we're getting all due consideration here. The judges are carefully examining our image before us. Thank you, judges. Wow, this is always nice to see. This image scores a 9. Gold award. Can I have a comment from Shireen? Shireen, can I share your score, Shireen?
Sure.
She gave it a 10. She thought this image was outstanding.
I feel like I've always got this in my hand, this microphone. Look, it's a beautiful aerial. It is a beautiful, beautiful piece. The blues, the water, one presumes, has got masterful brushstrokes inside of it that have been captured, apart from the texture being fantastically sharp. It does, because of that element of the blue in the bottom, I think it really does give the Tree of Life that little bit extra. So therefore, it's caught me on an emotional level as well as a technical level.
Well said. Thank you. Sharing, I think, the sentiments of the panel there. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image.
Sheree?
You have a question for me?
I know this.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to? Can I have Chris? Could you do this? Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Which seat, Daz? Pardon? Which seat? Number 2. So our scores are coming through. They're nice healthy scores, because this image scores an 8, silver plus. Volunteers. Richard, thank you. You actually gave this a 9, so you truly liked it.
I think it's a remarkable image. It's an image that just keeps giving. It rewards you from a distance. It rewards you even more close up. And it's such a privilege to view a picture like this, because it's something most of us will never see. It's an exclusive view of something quite rare. So as a piece of documentary, it's precious. but it's also got a beautiful textural quality. So as a piece of design and a piece of and genuine art, it just rewards amazingly.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Sounds like a rave.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you stepping in there. And Shireen, I hope to have you back. So we'll just get everyone settled and we'll bring up the next image. So just for our live stream viewers, one of our judges indicated that they were familiar or were unable to fairly judge that image, and so in which we encourage to judges indicate. So Mr. Chris Saunders kindly stepped in for that previous image, and now we have Shireen back on panel doing her good work. So our judges are carefully considering the image, as they do all images. Scores are coming through. Okay, image comes through, and this image scores a 9 Gold Award. Well, we're getting blessed with a few golds and silver pluses, so this is a pleasure to witness. Okay, let's seeking some feedback. Who's going to be brave enough to offer a comment for it to be improved? Or perhaps a comment of appreciation. Thank you, Christian.
Unfortunately, 10 was the top on the list there, so I gave him a 10.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed I said this before today, but the subdued colour palette. It's pastel, soft and delicate, and that gives you the ability to sort of view from one flavour of the colour to another flavour of the colour. I think the cropping's outstanding, but I really like the third dimension that the sharpening has given it. It's like from a distance it's painterly, and up close it's detailed, and I think I just find value in all the different viewing distances. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Well done to the photographer. Nice to see golds. Okay, we're going to move on to our next image. And judges again, carefully considering. Scores are being presented. This image scores an 8 Silver Plus Award. Seeking comments. Looking for volunteers. Oh, they're fighting over comments. Excellent. Thank you, Gary.
I congratulate the photographer on using those subtle tones. It's very difficult to have, 10, 12 different shades of blue, and it requires a high technological knowledge of colour space. Beautiful textures and giving the illusion of you can dream whatever you want to do with butterflies, angels, a heart. Well done.
Thank you. Right. I think we'll give one of you a rest. Gary, since you were the last one to comment, this will teach you. Not at all. We appreciate all your feedback. So have a rest for the moment, but please don't go away. Chris, can I invite you to join the panel, please? So we'll let you settle in.
Keep my mouth shut as well.
That's right. That's right. One wrong word and you're off. So, no, we encourage that. There was nothing to do with... just I don't like the guys. No.
Stop while you're here.
That's right. Gary and I have a great understanding. We're good friends. So, thank you, mate. Okay, settling down now. Right. Next image. Okay, this image's scores are coming through now, and this image scores a 7 silver award. Commentary, please. Anyone? No, there's no challenge available. So thanks, Chris. Yep.
Sorry, I think I'm disrupting. I'm disrupting the set. Sorry, everyone. So the black and white take on this image has really allowed us to enjoy the textures and the different contrasts through the image. You know, the silky water and then the harshness of the bushes. So yeah, that element of things has been really well seen. I think to bring this up, I would be looking for a scene within this scene and perhaps trying to zoom in and whether there's enough resolution there to crop in or just take it with a longer telephoto lens and try and find the hero within this scene basically and present that to us.
Great, thank you, Chris. That's great. Okay, moving on to our next image. So with the awards night, sorry, yep. So, I think I'll just get Gary. Can I bring you back, please?
Is it because I spoke?
Yeah. That's it. You guys know the rules. Sorry, Chris has indicated that he's unable to fairly judge this image, so we've got Gary back on the panel to jump in momentarily. Thank you, judges. Scores are coming through. Great. Yes, so image scores 6, which is bronze recognition. Well done. Christian, thank you.
I wish I was there. I love this sort of environment, so that was very nice to see it. In getting a high score, I think potentially my eyes is taken to different places in the image. There's no particular focus point. I see the colour on the blue ice rock part. It's probably not in the precise location where my eye wants it to be, and I think it's a little bit It's probably challenging conditions, but lighting and environment, but it's probably a bit over process for me as well. So that's probably something else to look at.
Thank you. Great. Helpful commentary. Thank you, judges. Okay, I'm going to keep the panel as it is. Thank you. And we're going on to our next image. It was a brief break, Gary. Sorry. So one of the dilemmas that anybody thinking of attending our awards is what to wear. Of course, we have our sponsors available to advise you should you wish. I'm sure they might have some appropriate apparel.
The Emperor's cloak.
Go and see Camera Electronic. They can tell you what's good. Scores are coming through. Just all good. This image scores an 8 Silver Plus award. Serena, would you like to?
Oh,
Sorry.
was asking.
This image really did intrigue me. I liked the contrast between the buildings and the vertical elements of the buildings almost floating amongst whether it be the clouds or the river, the water body in front. I think it's well composed. I like the round elements versus the softer round elements versus the stronger elements of the buildings. And yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Richard, would you like to add to that?
Thank you, sir. I wanted to applaud the ethereal quality of the water and the sky and the way they blended, and I love the harking back to almost a pen and ink type treatment of the buildings in terms of their detail.
Excellent commentary. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going on to the next image. This image has a caption. Distant patches of rainfall descend from a brooding sky, ending a prolonged dry spell. Now scores are coming through. And this image scores 7 Silver Award. Any thoughts on this, Richard?
It's a beautiful capture of a climatic phenomenon, which is obviously the point of the picture as explained by the caption. My other comment would be it uses a lot of real estate to illustrate that point, and it might even work better in terms of taking the viewer's eye to the key feature as a panoramic shot. Might be worth a try.
Sure. Thank you, Richard. Something to consider. The next image. Oh, okay, sorry. Chris, could you pop in for Shireen?
Sure.
Sorry, you're in the dark there, I can't realise. Thank you. So Shireen's indicated she's unable to fairly judge this image, so Chris Saunders has very kindly stepped in. Thank you, judges. The scores are drifting in. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scores make this an 8 Silver Plus award. Christian, thank you.
I really enjoyed this. This is sort of my cup of tea, this type of picture and this subject matter. I think in order to slightly enhance the score, the highlights were a little bit bright for me, and if it was lightened towards the top and then those highlights were adjusted better, that'd be a stronger score. I really like it. Very, very well seen and very well documented.
Excellent. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, Chris. Shireen, I'll bring you back. Thank you, Madame. And we're going to the next image. Of course, once the finalists have been notified and invited to print, I think they have 3 weeks to get their prints organised, which should be plenty of time. But please don't leave it to the last minute. Don't do that to your lab. Don't do it to yourself. Get them done pretty early. You've already got the images; they're all ready to go. Great, our scores are coming through. Thank you. This image scores a 7 Silver Award. Volunteer comments, please. Thank you, Shireen.
Whoever you are, you gave me what I want. Well done. I'm actually really enjoying the balance of this image. Of course, you know, the little red building there is a given, and it's a delightful surprise. What I'm really enjoying is your golden mean. You've got your balance perfect in this piece, and it really does make it stand out. So congratulations. Well done.
Thank you, Shireen. Golden mean. Ooh, I like that. That's a good one.
Sure.
Here we go. Next image, team. This image scores an 8 Silver Plus Award. Serena, did you like this?
I do like that.
I did like this image. And the reasons are the texture, the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to be an elephant. It could be a boulder. It could be a rock. It could sort of those sort of the graininess, the texture, the contrast, the lines versus the almost sand on the forehead. Plus the other added little details of the scars on the elephant's right ear really adds a small amount of sort of contrast or softness to what is quite a strong image.
Excellent commentary, thank you. Richard and then Christian. We'll make our way down the line.
I just want to compliment the artist on having some adventurous fun with this. It shows you when you're doing wildlife, you don't have to conform to a classical formula or template. It's brave and it's fun.
Excellent. Christian.
The judging criteria for the score I gave it was outstanding level of creativity and conceptual development. And that's exactly what they've done. They've turned a portrait or a land or a wildlife image into an art piece, and the texture on the forehead and all the way they've cropped it is just beautiful. It could last a long time in the viewer's eyes and memory, this picture.
Great commentary. Team, well done, thank you.
I'll say what you said.
Sorry, did you want to offer a comment as well? Okay. Some people just don't behave. Thank you, team, doing a great job. Here's the next image. This image has a caption. It is interwoven patterns of emu footprints etched delicately into the salt lake's crystalline crust. Okay, our scores are coming through. And this image scores an 8 Silver Plus award. Gary, can I get you to... What can be done? Is there any area for improvement, or has this image reached its full potential?
Okay. It's unique. I've never seen an emu print, an emu paw print on a salt lake or a lake or wherever it is. So that's deserving of high marks straight away. And the way I guess it could be improved, in my personal view, would be to just tone back the top left-hand side, bringing in more mid-tones so that my focus is on the centre where those emu prints are going up through, and also just some tonal evenness of the levels there would improve it, in my view.
Thank you, Gary. Wise comments. Yes, certainly, Serena. Thank you.
And adding the caption, I think, on that one brought the score of the image up, because I think that added an element to it that I wouldn't have otherwise known.
Excellent. Good feedback. Thank you. Okay, Judge Gary, you know the rules. You spoke. No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to go back. Chris, if you could join us again. Sorry, going back to the original plan. It's not true. Thank you. Okay, so we have Chris Saunders back on our panel. Thank you, Chris. And settling in, and we're going to go to our next image. So we hope you're enjoying the viewing and in the live stream, and you're getting a nice clear picture of these amazing collection of images. We've seen a few awards this morning, deservedly so. Okay, our judges are contemplating and are about to present their scores. Thank you, judges. I think we're all good. And this image scores an 8 Silver Plus Award. Shireen, you liked it?
I did, and the term yummy, yummy, yummy came to mind when I was looking at it.
Okay. Still morning tea a while off, but sure.
No, loving the tones. I really enjoy a good black and white, I really do. Loving the tones here and how crisp everything is. This lovely duplication on reflections, really great. Very, very enjoyable. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Shireen. Okay, here we go. Next image. Yep. Okay. So our judging panel currently consists of Serena Pears, Shireen Van Tool, Richard Goodwin, Chris Saunders, and Christian Sprogo. A fine team indeed. Doing a great job. Thank you, judges. Thank you. Okay. Scores have come in, and this image scores 7 Silver Award. And Chris would like this reviewed. You've seen something here, Chris, that the others may have missed?
I don't know about that, Des, but look, I've scored this 10, which so perhaps I have. There's obviously a bit of a gap between my score and where everyone else is. So appreciative of the opportunity to talk about it. I think with a scene like this, there is a natural instinct to over-process these images and make them quite contrasty and so on. But actually, when you're presented with this environment, it is quite misty and foggy, and you lose all that contrast. And the photographer has retained that feel within the image. The little cookie of the bird there is just enough to provide us with a focal point to look at. The colour, the colour band through the bottom reminds us that it's not a black and white image that we're looking at. Yeah, there's a lot of really clever mechanisms in here. We're well contained within the frame. To me, it's an outstanding piece of imagery, and I'd like to hear everyone else's thoughts on it.
Christian, I'm going to go to you because you didn't quite see it that way. Share your thoughts.
Yep, I'm glad to have a discussion about this for sure. I think I need to judge it on what I see rather than what I think how it could have been. And just from my mind, top's working great until about halfway down, and then my eyes really drawn to the bottom below the rainbow part, and that for me doesn't add anything to the image, and it's been included deliberately and I don't feel that it adds anything to the image, and it detracts substantially actually for my eyes. So I think it's nicely seen and captured, but I'm not sure if it's a strong image, so I've judged it accordingly.
Thank you. Shireen, you quite liked it.
I did, and as I was raising my 8, I think that was I did, I was thinking to myself, why aren't I going higher? So I apologise to the artist for that. It is a very, very pretty image, and you can actually feel it. So, you know, if you can evoke the space that the artist is in, then I think it's successful. So, yeah, I should have been a little bit more caring with my scoring.
You have that opportunity. Serena.
I think just simply it didn't evoke an emotion for me. Simple as that. That's why my scoring was lower.
Yep. Richard? No, all set. So, Chris, you have a right to reply and maybe address the comments. So we'll go back to Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Cool. Okay. So the only thing that I heard to stop this from being a 10 from everyone was that they didn't quite get the bottom of the image. So I'll try and address that. So, you know, to me that creates like a fairy. You know, that's a link to me to like a fairy tale type Lord of the Rings scene that I'm being pulled into. You know, that's what I'm getting from that bit of colour burst down there, and that's the entire purpose of it. Also, not to mention the fact when you get these big waterfalls, you know, that's what you get. You get a big, beautiful rainbow at the bottom of waterfalls. If you've been to New Zealand, you'll see them all over the place. So, you know, it would be awesome if we can get this a few more points. I know not everyone's on the same plane where I'm at, but if we can get this up a point or two, I think that would be fantastic and recognise the work of the photographer.
All set, sir. Okay, so Chris, you'll hold your score of 10. I'm sorry, you can't go up from there. The rest can rescore, please. So there is a shift. The question is how much of a shift? So this image was sitting on 7 and is now an 8 Silver Plus award. Well done, team. Healthy discussion. Good work. Okay, next image. Thank you, judges. This image scores a 6, which is a bronze recognition. Well done. And anyone care to... So the commentary that I'm after here is what can be done to improve the image, if there's anything available in that regard. Shireen, thank you.
Hi, yes. First of all, I'm really enjoying the little fuzzies. Yeah, so the fuzzy, fuzzy, fuzzy. I can see where you have thrown yourself into the passion when it comes down to shooting this image. Perhaps thinking about shooting it in different angle, slightly different angle instead of straight on. However, I'm just thinking more investigation.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Shireen. Okay, next image. Right then, so this image has come in at a 9 gold award. Serena, you really like this image. Had impact, yes?
I do. This image, it does do it for me. I just love the simplicity and the composition, really. Just the colours, the contrast between, the pale palette, but the contrast between the some more golden shadows versus the blue shadows. And it is a sort of a perfect image at first glance, but then you see the leaves and the little bits of detail left over on the stairs here, and you think, well, it's not quite perfect. But I thought this image really did have an impact on me, and I would also hang that on my wall.
Excellent. Great commentary. Thank you. Okay. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image. Our scores are starting to come through. Thank you, judges. Right, well, this image is also a lot well liked. It scores an 8, Silver Plus Award. Richard, you were fond of this image?
That's because it rewards on so many levels, Des. I think one of its real strengths is the restricted colour palette. I mean, nature's probably delivered that here, but it's sustained beautifully. It's got that lovely ethereal feel as a result of the mist. Any lover of landscape is going to enjoy and admire this picture. The details there in little patches. You've got a leading line there with the road. It's full of strengths.
Excellent. Thank you, Richard. Here we go to the next image. Good work, judges. Right, our scores are coming through. This image scores a 9 Gold Award. Shireen, you gave this a fat score.
Certainly did. It stopped me using my paddles as a fan. That's when it came up. That's what it did. The impact was immense. Immense, and literally stopped me in my tracks. So there you go. Beautifully done. Really, really lovely. Once you guys get up close to see this, you will see how divine this image is. So, yeah, absolutely, really, really gorgeous. Loving the colours, textures, this representation of the earth's on fire, just steals my heart away. So thank you.
Lovely commentary. Thank you. Okay. Right. done, freshly. So just see
The
the
lunges leading up to that.
tree just dropped the mic.
Sorry.
Okay, time for a judge change now.
You didn't say that.
So we're going to do a judge change. Thank you, everybody. Now, what's the rule again? Oh, that's right. Thank you, Shereen. And Gary, could you join us again, mate? Thank you. That wasn't punishment for nearly dropping. Thank you, judges. We'll just get the judges settled before we get on to our next image. Oh, good, settling in. They're all feasting on their chockies. Okay, everybody good? Okay, here we go. Next image. No, no caption. Thank you, judges. And scores are coming in. And this image scores a 9 gold award. Christian, thank you.
It's technically brilliant. I really love the way that they have captured this. Technically, the just beautiful gradient in tones. I love the composition, the ability. You know, I first thought to myself, well, maybe if the grass on the bottom wasn't, or what the bird's sitting on was a little bit softer, but no, then I rethought that it actually adds so much strength to it. I think it's beautiful. Well done.
Thank you, Christian. All good? Okay. Well, we're seeing a feast of awards this morning. What a delight. Next image. Thank you, judges. Okay, scores have come through, and this image scores 7, silver award. Gary, would you like to share some thoughts?
The saturation towards the middle really holds my attention, and as I walk towards the image, I'm pleasantly surprised by the beautiful textures and shapes in the centre of the image.
Thank you, Gary. Do another judge change, Richard. Could you have a rest? And we're very appreciative of you. Mark, would you like to join us? Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Richard. Oh, excellent. You're welcome. Okay, so welcoming Mark Reilly to the judging panel. Thank you for joining us, Mark. We'll get you all settled in before we move on to the next image. Good to go? Excellent. Here we go to the next image. And this has a caption. Perched on an embankment, the tractor, a relic of agricultural history, is now an observer of the ever-changing landscape it has become part of. Of course, we need to remind everyone that the most appreciated sponsor of this category is Camera Electronic. We're very fortunate to have their support in this, and also other awards such as the Ilford Orloff Award for the Best People Picture. So again, we are thankful to Sol, Howard and the team at Camera Electronic. Our scores are coming through. Thank you, judges. Good. Thank you. Okay, and this image scores 6, which is bronze recognition. Any volunteers for comments? Otherwise, thank you, Gary.
So much potential in this image. I think to realise it a little bit more, I was really wanting to score a little bit higher, but I just found that the landscape horizon was, whereas it was an integral part of the image and very important, it was pulling me away from that beautiful tractor, but a really, really lovely image.
Thank you. Okay. We're going on to the next image. Thank you, judges. Our scores are coming through. Okay. Thank you. We're nearly there. This image scores 6. Bronze recognition. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate that.
Definitely a great moment captured. I think the square format fits it well. Love my first thoughts with the mist off the back of the waves. I'm wondering if that's why that caught the photographer's attention as well. I feel like the exposures are even across the exposure across the whole image, so potentially a little bit more delicate processing, the foreground and the background, and the top left-hand corner probably takes my eye away a little bit as well. But really good foundations.
Great, thank you. Okay, and next image. So whilst our judges are analysing this image, I'd like to remind you, in addition to our overall sponsor of Ilford and our category sponsor, Camera Electronic, we're also well supported by the State Library of WA. We'll be hosting the awards night and is it basically a 2-month exhibition of the finalists of the awards. So it's a great partnership, and we're very appreciative of their generosity in supporting the Orloff Awards and Pro Photography WA. And not to mention North Metro TAFE, who are sponsoring us through the providing of the venue for the judging over the last 3 days. And I think it's probably worked a treat. Good central location, easily accessible by public transport. Our scores are coming through. And this image scores 7, Silver Award. Mark, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I really liked this image. I like the play of the zebras, the patterns, because that's what they're designed to do in the wild and make it confusing for their predators. You get this confusing feel of the right-hand side's zebra's eye is actually the eye from the left-hand side zebra. I would have loved to have gone up if there was, I would have thought maybe a square crop and really zoning on the faces would have improved the image.
Great commentary, thank you. Have a seat. And next image. So if you have time available and would like to come into North Metro TAFE, we've still got a whole category coming this afternoon, the commercial category, which we generally see some pretty good images there. So feel free. We're not far from the train station, so it's a 10-minute walk if you want to catch the train into town, or the nearest car park is probably the State Library car park. And so that's, with those sort of options available, it's pretty accessible. So the address is at 30 Aberdeen Street. And so come into the foyer and you'll see the signs to the Orloff Awards. Okay, our scores are coming through. And this image scores an 8, Silver Plus Award. Chris, can I get you to, you liked it?
Yeah, so it's a great execution of a wide-angle shot. You know, the repetition of the branch in the foreground and the background and the patterns through there, you know, is really well done. To bring it up into another level, I think it's difficult, but the right-hand side of this image obviously is a bit darker than the right-hand side where the water is. And that for me disrupts that the balance of the image a bit. But obviously that can't be corrected in this image. But yeah,
still an observation.
Yeah, just an observation. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Chris. Okay, we'll move on to our next image. Thank you, judges. We're getting careful analysis here, folks. So we're always patient and allowing our judges to plenty of time to analyse and put their thoughts together, calculate their score. So, okay, our scores are coming in. This image scores an 8, Silver Plus Award. Is there any helpful advice or appreciation?
Yes, technically it's very sharp, the eyes, there's a bit of action between those two front birds. On second inspection or close inspection, the bird on the right at the bottom, it adds something to it, and then you start to see the other birds in the background. Just a consideration that because they've chosen to let us view or insist that we view it through a circular shape, then it's left other parts of the image. So we're actually also viewing bits that are left out. So if potentially the round shape detracted from it a bit, where the birds in the background added to it. So more of those would have given a better potentially.
So just so we're aware, that's how it will be matted, which is why we've seen it that way.
Yeah, okay. I think technically good. I'm happy with the score I gave it.
Chris, thank you.
Yeah, just one additional comment on it. I think the blues and the yellows work great in it, and there's a lot to really enjoy. But my feedback on this would be this has been entered into a open, unrestricted category, and therefore the photographer has complete control over everything in this image. And there's some things on the edge of the frame which are distracting, which I think if they got tidied up, that would probably bring it up another score for me.
Very helpful commentary. Thank you both of you. Okay, moving on to our next image. Okay, scores are coming through. This image scores a 4. So look for a comment in areas, is there particular aspects where this can be improved? Thank you, Gary. What helpful feedback can we provide the intro?
I scored it a 5, and I think it was deserving of that because I really like the old treatment that's been done to the image. I think perhaps the composition could be bettered in some way, keeping the old treatment, but perhaps showing a little bit more of the plane, or reducing the distraction of the clouds in the background, which are quite bright. But I do like the overall flat old photo look of it.
Excellent. Very helpful feedback. Thank you, Gary. Right, you lot. That is the environment category. Congratulations to the judges. Well done. To maintain your concentration through that period of time is admirable. So I appreciate everything that you've given, including our other judges as well. So well done. Good job. Very grateful. So we'll have a break back at 12 o'clock. So lunch.
Welcome back to the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards. We're about to judge the commercial category. What an honour it has been for Des and myself, Karen McGlue, to bring the Ilford Orloff Awards to you and see all of the amazing imagery over the past couple of days. We're into our final category now, being commercial, and we're about to go through the rules for the judges to make sure they're aware of what imagery they may see and not see, and what the entrants were required. So, are we ready, judges? Okay, so the rule, along with the general rules, the specific rules for the commercial advertising category, entries can be commissioned or non-commissioned images to be used by commercial clients for promotion or branding of a product or company. Advertising, fashion, beauty, still life, food, architectural and corporate photography are all included in this category. Composite and non-composite images, as well as highly manipulated images, are allowed. However, all photographic components must have been created by the entrant or photographer. The text graphics can be included, but must not indicate the identity of the entrant. All images used for advertising or promotion of a business, government agency or corporation must be commissioned work. Post-production can be another person, providing it is not the dominant feature of the image and its photography components of the image are the main focus. Text and graphics can be used provided they are not the dominant feature of the image. Judging will be of the photographic components of the imagery. A description disclosing the nature or purpose of the commercial use of the image is permitted and limited to 25 words. It is optional. CGI, computer-generated imagery, is permitted provided it is not the dominant feature or subject of the image. The entrant will need to indicate when CGI is used with an image. However, no artificial intelligence generated content is permitted. Are we all clear with the rules, judges? Awesome. Thank you for that. We are going to move on and show a run through of the images that we're about to judge. Thank you, judges. Okay, we're getting our images all sorted and organised for display. And I'll let the judges see the screen, not just me. That helps. Judges, are we ready to go? Awesome. We'll have the first image, please. While the judges are preparing to judge the first image, I would like to thank Fitzgerald's Photo Imaging for sponsoring the category of commercial for the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards. Judges are scrutinising this image and assessing it against a criteria and considering their scores. The scores are starting to come through. They're assessing and deciding against the criteria list, and a few judges are using that criteria. This image scores a 6, a bronze. We'll move to the next image. Oh, sorry, may we have a comment, please? Richard, do you have a comment for this image for us, please?
I'll think of one. It's a strong portrait, relies on simplicity in terms of pose and background and elements. I think the most powerful part of the picture is the face, the eyes of the principal of the subject. There's a look of destiny, if you like, in the expression, which is a real strength. And the little touches of colour from the didge or whatever it is adds to it as well.
Thank you for your comment there, Richard. We're going to move to the next image, which does have a caption. Grain Shed Attendant, Annual Report Imagery. Our judges for this panel are Chris Saunders, Shireen Van Chul, Richard Goodwin, Gary Saar, and Christian Sprogo. Sorry, Christian.
You're right.
Our scores are coming through from the judges, and we have fairly consistent judging across the board. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Can I have a comment from you, Shireen, please?
Oh yes, I'm really enjoying the play of light and dark in this black and white. I think that the windows and the scale, or windows, or what are they? Where the grain comes through, the negative space, and its sizing, the way it moves from left to right is very impactful, and I'm really loving the scale of the person in the piece as well. The scale's very good.
Thank you for your comment there. We're going to move to the next image, which is in portrait orientation. Just waiting for our screen to get into orientation, and we will have the next image, please. As our judges scrutinise this image and have a look at the details of it, I would again like to thank Fitzgerald's Photo Imaging for sponsoring this category, and to let you know that the prize for this category is a certificate, a digital badge, print corner and sashes, and a $1,000 voucher for Fitzgerald's Photo Imaging. Our judges are deliberating on their scores and assessing it against their criteria. Gary, can we just hold down those other paddles so that they're not confusing? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, judges. We have a score of an 8, a silver plus. Good work there, team. Can I please have a comment from you, Gary?
I think I was the outlier here. I scored this a 6, and that's above professional practice. It's a beautiful photo. It's a beautiful photograph with which would have been. It's very well lit from the top. It's a wonderful studio shot. It's very elegant. There's not much not to like about it. The reason I probably didn't go higher is because it wasn't an outstanding image in my book, but it's a very beautiful pic.
Thank you for those comments, Gary. Next image, please. No, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, While the judges are considering this image, I would like to put out a big thank you to the Ilford Orloff Committee for all of their efforts to put on the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards with the support of Pro Photography WA. Without a committee of people to pull this together, we wouldn't be able to put this event on. And we will special mention to Lisa Anfiso for her help and Clinton, who's helping out today. Our scores are coming through now. And this image scores an 8, a Silver Plus award. Christian, could I have a comment from you, please?
Yes, strong image, strong lines, multiple reasons for that in the composition, and the choice to go very sort of lithograph or very contrasty black and white. I think it adds to it. I think it's you remove any background and foreground and just get through to the elements, which I think the photographer saw from the outset. So yeah, good choice of process.
Richard, you had something short to add there?
I just wanted to say I think this is a good example of how you can add value to an architectural shot by featuring the geometrics of it all, if you know what I mean.
Thank you for adding to that comment there and supporting our team. We're going to move to the next image, please, which is in portrait orientation. The landscape, sorry. The other way. The other portrait. That's why I said it. I also need to thank the North Metropolitan TAFE students with the Advanced Diploma students for helping us out. We've had a range of helpers over the weekend, and I'd like to thank Paula, Maddie, Kaylee and Susan for helping us out today, as well as the North Metropolitan TAFE Advanced Diploma students who've helped us out with running the show over the past 3 days. Our scores are coming through for this image. And this scores a 7, a Silver Award. Chris, can I please have a comment from you?
Yeah, there's some really nice elements in this image. I like the repetition of colour in the hat and the scarf, and the blue in the gentleman's eyes. He's obviously got a man of character and quite distinguished, and that's been well captured. I guess to bring this up a bit more, there's a few things like the separation between the person and the cloud in the background. I found a bit disruptive as one thing. Also, just in the commercial category, I just wasn't quite sure what the context of the image was.
Thank you for those valuable comments for the entrant, Chris. The next image is in portrait orientation. And we will have the next image, please. Judges are going back up to have another look at this image to make sure they're judging it against the criteria they'd like to. And as exciting as it is, if you have scored well, we'd ask you to keep your scores and your accolades at this point in time anonymous so that we can finalise our print judging rounds prior to entrants being identified. Our scores are coming through and I can see some big numbers coming up here. This image scores a 9, a gold award. Gary, can I please have some commentary on this image, please?
I'm so happy to see this kind of photography coming through into the awards. Probably 10 years ago, 20 years ago would have been seen as dated, but it's a fine example of a master of portrait lighting, whoever it is. The blue fill-in and the yellow highlights just give such a wonderful three-dimensionality. The expression matches perfectly. It's an absolutely beautiful image.
Thank you for those comments on why this image was rewarded. We'll move to the next image, please, which is in landscape orientation. So this is the final category for the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards, and if you have enjoyed the live stream, we want to give a shout out to Jürgen at perthvideo.com.au for supplying the live streaming equipment and supporting us throughout the last 3 days with an awesome live stream feed to our people who are viewing online. Our scores are starting to come through for this image. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Shireen, would you like to comment for this image, please?
Lovely work. Symbolisation, the symbolic nature of this image is just really lovely. I really am enjoying how there's not actually a physical bike here, but we're looking like we're in a velodrome and we've got that distance thing happening, which is really clever. Really great use of your abstract vision. Thank you.
Thanks for those awesome comments there, Shireen. We are now going to move to the next image. We'd like to thank State Library of WA for sponsoring these awards, as well as holding our exhibition, which will be available from our awards night, which is on the 19th of September, and the exhibition will run through to February 2025, and that's where you can see all of the finalists who have been invited to print images on display up in the the WA State Library. Some of our judges are reviewing their criteria and making sure their score fits within that criteria they have chosen. Thank you. This image scores an 8, a silver plus. Christian, may I have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, thanks. It's got immediate power, colour. I know this subject matter, it's not always easy. they're a great choice of time of day and using available lighting, and there's a couple of elements that are strong. The fact that the back machine is sort of covered, and it's very crisp, very sharp, very colourful and well exposed, and it's quite powerful. The client would be happy to have that.
Thank you for those comments. The next image is in portrait orientation. We're just going to adjust our screen. And we'll have the next image, please. Those entrants who have become finalists for this awards will be notified, and they will be given instructions on how to proceed from here, and they'll be given approximately 3 weeks to print their work and have it in to us here at the Ilford Orloff Awards, and we will let them know how to do that, and they'll be informed of that process. Until then, we ask you to hold back your awards and accolades and knowing that until you know the finalists. Our scores are starting to come through. Okay, thank you, judges. This image scores an 8, a silver plus. We're going to move to the next. Oh, yes, please. Thanks, Chris. Let's hear that comment.
Yeah, I really like the window at the bottom, just the way that everything cuts through everything at exactly the wrong point in everything is actually quite rewarding in this image. You know, all the window panes cut through each of the lights. You know, the fact that it's slightly out of balance with that single window on the right hand side, you know, just creates that bit of friction in the image. And then you've got these lovely blue tones which are replicated throughout the top and bottom. And this is getting ultra picky here in terms of how to bring this up, but in a simple image like this, that very central white sign that we're looking down the spine of just is about 1 degree off of being centered, and we can see one edge slightly more than the other. And I think on something that's simple, that's all that's needed to take it up into the next scoring range.
Thank you for those comments, Chris. We're just going to go to a blank screen for a moment. We just need some technical things checked.
Talk among yourselves. Yes.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, I think I'm right. I'm good.
So we're just going to ask you to review your scores on this image. We're just going to make sure the image comes up correctly. And we would like you to reassess and rejudge this image, please.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, it previously distorted the image, so you were seeing a distorted view.
Right.
So could you
So
just
ignore what
review
we
it?
scored before and start again.
The symmetry's back.
Yes. So if you could either rescore or just review your score for that particular image, please.
Thank you, judges. The image is an 8 at a silver plus. Would someone else like to provide an extra comment with this image? Thanks, Richard.
Well, the symmetry's back, and that's a strength. And it's just a gorgeous Art Deco capture.
Thank you, judges. Apologies for that distortion on your screen there. Okay, we're going to move to the next image. Thank you, judges. If you could review this image, please. Thank you to NMT for hosting us down here today at 30 Aberdeen Street. You're running out of time if you'd like to come view the judging, if you haven't left home yet. Commercial category is well underway. And it is our final category for this year's 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards. I'd like to thank the lovely audience for being with us today and creating an awesome atmosphere. Our scores are starting to come through now. Just making sure we get them entered into our system correctly. This image scores an 8, a silver plus. And I have a hand straight in the air. Shireen Van Schul would like to challenge this image. She is sitting on a 10 and she would like to discuss this image.
What are you talking about, Willis? Loving it. I think that it's so abstract. We know it's mine. I know it's mining. Well, it looks like mining. I don't know. It's just so abstract. It's amazing. So symmetrical. Really beautiful in the tones. Considering it's like machinery and it's like so graphic, it's just so beautiful as well. I think that the balance of it is really great. This person who has seen this symbolism here. I'm loving the wrapping of it, the material or whatever it is, plastic, whatever it is. Yeah, it's gorgeous. The colour's fantastic. Shot really well. You've gone to a lot of effort to find this, to see this and to shoot it, and thank you for giving it to me.
Thank you for those comments, Shireen. Can I please go to Christian?
Well seen, Shireen. There's a rhyme. I think the professional nature of the quality of the photography is pretty good with regards to exposure and contrast of the tracks and the bolt set in the middle. I was taken a bit away by the surrounding areas, which I wasn't sure whether they're natural or doctored, but to me it's not overly strong. I could come up a bit and see what you see in it. Perhaps someone else could give me some more information on what they see in it.
Richard, your comments, please.
I think it's a beautiful piece of abstract mechanical photography, but in the category that's in, I'm just not sure what commercial cause or interest it's going to advance.
Gary, please. Sorry.
I gave this 6, which is slightly above professional practice, and you would expect a photographer to be able to photograph with this good lighting to get the right amount of reflection in the various textures, often directed by an art director, you possibly would help to know what the concept was. But yeah, I think it's a very well lit and competent photograph.
Thanks. Can we go to Chris Saunders to hear your comments, please?
Sure. So I scored this 9, so I was up there in support with you, Shireen. And the reasons I did that were there was a few reasons. The first one was I wasn't entirely sure of the scale of this thing, which in itself was quite intriguing. So I don't know whether I'm looking at a toy there or whether I'm looking at something that's 300 tons in weight. And that's not easy to achieve. I don't know whether that adds to the, that may add or detract to your commercial appreciation of the image, but it made me think. And an image that makes me think suddenly pushes me up into those higher scores. It's a very, very simple color palette throughout the image as well. Again, I think that adds to its strength. Normally these things are painted in all sorts of colors, so we're seeing it halfway through a construction phase of this unit. I mean, obviously it's some tracked vehicle, and what you're exposing there is the rotational structure that lives in the middle that normally you would never see. And and it's shrouded in this silk almost, like there's almost that contrast between metal and silk and industry, and that the contrast of those two ideas. I don't mind the muddiness and the grittiness of the background because I think that shows its eventual destination of where it's going to operate and so on. So that's why I scored it 9. I think I'm quite happy at 9, but I do think it's a really, really good image.
Awesome discussion, team. Shireen, bring it home.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Very much the same comment-wise. Once my excitement levels dropped and I could actually really look at it again. I'm seeing female versus male in a mining environment with that beautiful material that's wrapped around the interior of the whatever the hell it is, tractor. And it's got a lot there. The grittiness actually does tell us where we are. I think it's just really quite lovely to have that sense of female or feminine inside what's known as a traditionally male environment. And that's exactly what I think that the mining industry is trying to do, incorporate everybody into the same workplace. The gold and the silver also quite feminine in my mind. So, and it really is quite the juxtaposition against the black of the, what do you call them, those legs, roundy things, the things that the tracks. Thanks, Chris, the tracky things. I don't know anything about mining, but, I do love this image. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, everybody. Great work, team. Shireen, you will hold your score at a 10. Everybody else has the right to rescore based on the comments they've heard. Thank you, judges. We're just entering those scores in now. And this image has moved up to a 9, a gold award. Great discussion, team. Well done. Our next image is in landscape orientation. And we are going to move to the next image, please. Our judges are scrutinising their criteria, going and rechecking the image, and I have our scores starting to come through. This image scores a 7, a silver award. Chris, do you have a comment for us for this image, please?
Yeah. Again, very simple piece of geometry. There's a lot to like in those strong diagonal lines, the blacks and the whites, and just the two shades of blue. I just wasn't entirely sure in the commercial category what it was there to promote, and that's really all that was holding me back on the image. But I think it's been well constructed, well seen, and well executed.
Awesome comments there, thank you. We're going to have a bit of a panel change. Richard, thank you for your time at the moment. We'll give you a little bit of a break, and we're going to bring Serena Pearce onto the panel before we move to our next image. Judges, can you just avert your eyes for one moment, please? Yeah. Awesome. This image is ready to be judged. Thank you. Yes, please. Sorry. Been an awesome day down here at North Metro TAFE, and we're judging the commercial category, which was sponsored by Fitzgerald Photo Imaging, and our judges are coming up with their scores and deliberating on where they see this image fitting within the criteria. This image scores a 7, a silver award. Yes. Christian would like to review this, and he is going to tell you why.
So I think it's very powerful. I'm going to review it because there was a bit of a disparity between the scores, and I'm sure it's subjective and there'll be knowledge that I don't have, that other people may have. But to me, the lighting is exquisite, and the retouching is really clinically done. I can't think of anything to, if I was going to be incredibly particular, I might say that piece of bronze metal on the top was a little bit bright, but I'm just really picking at straws. I think it's beautifully lit. I think a client would be exceptionally happy with that image, and I gave it a 9. It's excellent, and I think it warrants excellence in its scoring. Anyone else?
Can I please go to you now, Gary?
The photographer obviously has a good knowledge of lighting, and the tendons and the muscles were all beautifully depicted there. So great lighting. I gave it a score which was slightly above professional practice for that reason.
Chris, can I hear your comments and thoughts, please?
Yeah, I scored this 7, I think, as well. I think I was 7. And yes, the lighting is really good on the majority of this image, but the one area that it's not great is on the right arm, and that arm is missing in space. You can just see it there, but for me to be a gold image, that it has to be exceptional. There's loads to like in here, and this is so close to being there in my mind. But the missing right arm is just once I can see it's not there, I can't look elsewhere in the image, and that's why I'm held back.
Shireen.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Chris. It is a beautiful image. I'm not too sure about the expression, but that's a question mark in my own head. It's definitely the arm and how bright that top right area is. It keeps on drawing me away from the actual logo, which is what I'm sure we're supposed to be looking at. Beautiful tones, beautiful colours, exceptional shooting. It's just a little bit, when we're looking at that other arm there, I'm wanting to see more there.
Thank you for those comments. Serena?
Yes, I agree with my fellow peers here. What grabs me about the image is the strength in her gaze and the femininity versus the blues and the yellows and the femininity versus the strength of the actual scene with the metal background and the actual pole. But I do agree now also with the not seeing the right arm and also the dominance of the gold in the background.
Thank you. Christian, you're right of reply there.
Thanks, guys. Very valuable insights, and I brought something to my attention I hadn't seen as well. It wouldn't make me score less. The right arm, I hadn't noticed. Still doesn't make a difference to me personally. I think it's about a clothing brand. It's a branding. I'm immediately drawn to the brand and what the item of clothing is, and I think it's well shows that commercially. So. I'm going for the same score, obviously, and if you guys want to see anything better in it, I think it's beautifully retouched and lit, and it really tells me if I was a consumer that's a pretty special brand or a very nicely portrayed brand in the market.
Thank you for your comments. Christian, you do hold your score at a 9. Everybody else, could you please rescore? And our scores are coming through and have been finalised. And it remains a 7, a silver award. Great discussion. Next image is of portrait orientation. We've got an issue with the...
So just go to one screen.
Sorry, we just had a few technical difficulties there. We're going to now put our image back up on the screen. If we can find our mouse. Got it back. And we have our image on display for you judges. Please judge the print with a caption. Charlotte is an artist whose work often uses native flowers. While our judges are looking at this image, which is of a person, it would probably be a good time to tell you about the Izzy Orloff Award. Izzy Orloff, obviously we have the Orloff Awards, but there is a particular prize for the Izzy Orloff Award sponsored by Camera Electronic this year for the best people picture across all categories. The winner of this from the finalist images is a certificate, a digital badge, a prize voucher of $250 to spend at Camera Electronic. So if you're in a finalist, if you're considered a finalist, you will be in the running if you have a people image to be considered for this accolade. Our scores are coming through now, and this image scores a 5. Professional. May I please have a comment from you, Shireen?
Yes, good practice. Really nice bright eyes, which is great. I'm actually enjoying the simplicity of the posing and the subject, the actual flower itself in front of her. I think that I think maybe it might be a bit too simple for me, and I'm looking for something else in the image. So, but thank you for that.
Thank you for those comments. How's everyone travelling? We're all doing well, judges? Yeah. Awesome. We're going to rotate our screen and get our next image ready for display. Next image, please. Along with the Ilford Orloff Award for the Best People Picture, we also have the Richard Wardenthorpe Award for the Best Landscape Print across all categories. The Richard Wardenthorpe Award was sponsored by Team Digital and Epson. They receive a certificate, a digital badge and a prize voucher. Richard was an iconic photographer who's specialised in aerial landscapes of Australia, and he was one of the pioneers of the aerial landscape work that was accoladed. He was also appointed many other accolades, but one being the Order of Australia for his service to the arts. So we've recognised him in having an award for the best landscape print. Our judges are still reviewing the image. We have a few scores coming in, but we have a few still deliberating and deciding what their score should be. Our scores are coming through, and this image scores an 8, a silver plus. And I have a comment from you, Christian.
Yep, great image. Technically, very good, very well done. Composition's a little bit top heavy. For me, I think they've done a really good job. This is a difficult subject matter. I know about this, and the reason, probably the reasoning, or a reasoning for converting to black and white is that you really enhance the structural and the architectural merit of it, and the colours can sort of take you away. I don't know if I'm. Tiny point, the yellow being left in where every other colour gone was a little bit, I was confused with. Strong image, however, and potentially balanced down a little bit and a little less roof-centric. But they're only small adjustments to a very strong image.
Thank you for those comments. We're going to go to our next image, which is in portrait orientation. And this image does have a caption. Richard, do you mind stepping on the panel for me? We have a judge that needs to step off. This image does have a caption. Just wait for our judges to all be in position. The caption is Bulk Ore Carrier, Annual Report Imagery. Our judges are deliberating their scores, and we would really like to thank Fitzgerald's Photo Imaging for sponsoring this category. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it down here today, but they are donating a $1,000 voucher for the winner of the finalist, the winner of this category. So they'll get a certificate, a digital badge, print corner sashes, and that $1,000 to spend at Fitzgerald's Photo Imaging. Our scores are starting to come through. And we're just checking over them. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Serena Pierce would like to review this.
Don't want challenge for the day, do I?
I think this image is amazing. First of all, it really got me in because I didn't know what it was until I got closer, and then obviously the caption described what it is. The contrast between the strong lines and the colour, and also the contrast between the colours, really gets it for me. Also, with those elements added into the waviness of the height measuring thing versus the water underneath. I think this is a really graphic image and it's really strong, and I certainly would be happy if I was the Port Authority or whoever I was that was who this image was for, or the boat company or whatever. So I think those that scored less should really increase their scores.
Awesome.
Because I scored it a 9.
Can I please go to Chris first, and then we'll go to you then, Richard?
Yeah, thanks, Serena. I'm guessing I'm the Grinch at the other end, and I scored this 5, which is professional practice, and I think this is a good professional image. You know, it's something that I would expect a photographer.
Whoops.
Yeah, I expect a professional photographer to capture as part of what they do. You know, I think for me to elevate this into bronze, silver, gold type award category, I'm looking for some, you know, for some uniqueness, some sparkle, something emotive that's making me jump out of my seat, and I just don't have that with this image. It's a great shot of a vessel.
Thank you, Richard. I'd like to hear your thoughts now, please.
I scored it an 8, so pretty high up. I think its two great strengths are ingenuity. The photographer here has taken some fairly bland elements, abstracted them very skillfully, and it's an image, knowing that it's destined for an annual report, which I think was part of what we were told. I think it's fit for purpose, very much so.
Gary?
I scored this, what have we got? An 8 silver plus. I haven't seen a bulk carrier depicted this way, and they're very difficult to photograph, and when you do photograph them, it just looks like a bulk carrier. This is a composite of symbology that reflects the company and the ship. You know, that it's the scale of all the different elements is not true to actually what a bulk carrier is, but the photographers incorporated everything into that shot to depict a bulk carrier, and I think they've done it very, very well.
Back to you, Christian. Your right of reply.
No, I wasn't the one.
Oh, sorry, Serena. Christian, would you like to add anything there?
Add a comment. Yeah, I think everyone's added a valid comment. I think it has included the elements of a ship suited for what its purpose. Probably not. It's not the first time I've seen an image like this, and I've seen other ones. But this particular image includes elements that I'd expect were included, and I think it's professional standard. Yeah, but it doesn't. No, there isn't something that goes, wow. It's something that goes, that's what I'd expect.
Thank you for those comments, Serena. You have your right to reply now.
I think everything's been said, other than I just want to reiterate that I think it is for a subject that can be quite bland and difficult to grasp elements from it that are different for an annual report. I think this image has really done that. I certainly haven't seen an image like this in the past, and so therefore I think it should score well, better. Boost the average.
We will hold your score at a 9, and all the other judges, please rescore the image. This image now scores an 8. A silver plus. Well done on all your commentary. Our next image is in landscape orientation, and we will have our next image, please. As well as our category sponsors, and for the commercial category that's Fitzgerald Photo Imaging, we have our overall naming sponsor, Ilford, and we would like to thank them for their sponsorship of the overall $3,000 prize for the winner of the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards. But they also sponsor the Ilford Signature Print as well, which is another $250 they give us. And if you don't already know, Ilford's a supplier of professional photo inkjet paper and commercial wide format paper, as well as the awesome Ilford colour viewing lamps that they have for sale in our many sponsors' businesses. We have some consideration of this image, and the judges are holding up their paddles as we go. And we have our scores coming through. Thank you, judges. This image scores a 7, a silver award. Can I have a comment from you, please, Serena?
Technically, I like this image. I like the contrast of the colours, and I like the separation between the umbrellas and the horizon, and the contrast between the strong sort of elements in the foreground versus the clouds in the background. The thing that brought my score down a little bit was I felt it was a little oversaturated, so especially obviously the reds and the blues. But otherwise, I think it's a very strong image.
Thank you for those comments. We're going to move to the next image, please. Awesome, thank you. Our judges are reviewing their scores and considering what criteria they fit against. With our scores coming through. Awesome. Thank you, judges. This image scores a 6, a bronze recognition. Can I please have a comment from you, Christian?
Yep, thank you. I gave it a silver. Excellent visual. I think the A client, architectural, steel manufacturer, construction, would use that. Would be very happy to receive it, and they'd use it for all sorts of things. It shows it's well lit, it's well composed. It's a good bit of commercial photography.
Thank you for your comments there. We're going to move to our next image, which is in portrait orientation. And we'll go to our next image, please. We're judging the commercial category of the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards, which is our final category of the whole awards for this year. Again, our judges are considering their options and having a second look, revisiting. scores are starting to come on display. Thank you, judges. This image scores a 7, a silver award. Richard, do you have a comment for this image, please?
It's difficult to assess whether it's art direction or the photographic, the photographer's contribution here. It's obviously something out of left field as a concept. It's well executed technically, and because it's unorthodox, it's going to hold your attention, which I guess if you're a product or an advertiser, you succeed.
Thank you very much for your comments there. We're going to move to the next image, please. This image does have a caption. The caption is Mining Entry, South East Western Australia. As judges are reviewing their scores, coming up with what they think is fit for this image. Lots of careful consideration going on here. This image scores a 7, a silver award. Chris, can you please provide a comment for this image?
Yeah, I think the photographer has done a really good job of capturing, the hard work that goes into sculpting the landscape for something like this. The geometry, the staging and leveling of the different sections, so that you don't get the thing filling back in on itself. I think in that regard, the photographer has done a great job. There's a few interesting things, like the tree hanging on there at the very edge, the clinging on for life. Is another point of interest. But I personally would like to see something entering or exiting the mine to help reinforce the caption. And there's some highlights on the horizon which I'm a bit blown out, that are causing me some confusion.
Our next image is in landscape orientation. And next image, please. As well as sponsoring this category, Fitzgerald's have a special offer for our finalists when they print their images through the Fitzgerald's Photo Imaging Lab. You will receive some more information about this when you are notified as a finalist. Thank you to Fitzies for their support and this special offer for our entrants who become finalists. Thank you, judges. This image scores an 8, a Silver Plus award. Serena, do you have a comment for this image for us, please?
I think this is a very well executed. It's late in the day. Executed image. I think it gives everything. If I was a client of the metal shutters, whatever they are, I'd be very happy. I think that it really does. The geometry of it is very strong, and the use of the shadows and the light, play of light, I think works really well.
Richard's just got something to add.
I was just going to say, it turns an industrial product into art.
Thank you, lovely comments. Thank you very much. We're going to move to our next image. Commercial category of the Ilford Orloff Awards is definitely well underway, and hope you're enjoying things out there in live stream land from the comfort of your home. I hope the weather's improved for you all. We have no idea. Our scores are starting to come through here, and this image scores a 6, a bronze. And Chris Saunders would like to challenge that as he's holding a 9 in his hand. So let's chat about this one, starting with you, Chris.
Yeah, I scored this 9, and maybe I just got caught up in Barbie earlier this year. Okay, so this for me is a great image for promoting, Miami as a holiday destination. It does exactly what it says on the tin. You've got those little fluffy clouds in the sky, bright, punchy, larger than life colours, and then those beautiful turquoise waters and white sands, and there is plenty of space around this for infill text and headings and things like that in terms of a commercial piece. So, look, it's deliberate, it's bold, it's in your face, and that's what I quite liked about it. It's a bit brash, but then perhaps that's what Miami is all about. I don't know.
Gary, I'd like to hear from you, please.
Well, so I gave this, I think I gave it a 6, did I?
Correct.
Yeah, so I thought it was above professional practice. Well, I thought the pink was a little hot, but then Chris has brought me into his sort of way of thinking with the Barbie thing, and okay, well, it's brash and it's out there and it's overdone and it's hot, so I could go along with that. The sky and the beach and everything is just lovely, so I love all of that. I wouldn't mind hearing a few more views.
Christian, your views?
I think I've given a score of high-level communication, and I think it's done that. I think I'll say that the boldness of the pink and the brightness of the colours did detract it for me. You can make something representational and then add a little bit of something to it, or you can go too far. I think potentially it's gone too far. And I think also the execution of the detail in sand and the sky is sort of lost. I don't think it makes me want to go there, so that's a score I've given it. It's just good communication, excellent communication even, but not, I can't see it being used commercially.
Serena, your thoughts?
I think I agree with some of the other comments. I think that the background or the landscape is believable, but I don't think the subject is believable. So to me, unless you're in Barbie land, where things are maybe not believable, then I that was the thing that detracted me as well, was the over the saturation of the pinks and the greens and the oranges.
Richard.
Christian and Serena took the words out of my mouth.
Chris, you're out of reply.
All right, I've got to get you into Barbie Land with me. So look, I just see a piece of pop art here. You know, it's pop art. It's bubblegummy. It's all those sorts of things. You know, and you know, I agree. It is a bit out of this world completely, and I think that's what I like about it. It's probably how I feel about some of the things I read in the press about America at the moment as well. You know, that it's just, you know, saturation times 10. You know, I think it's a reflection on their society and all those sorts of things. So, yeah, I think this comes down just to a personal choice thing, but I think we should try and at least get another point for it. That would be fantastic.
Chris, you will hold your score at a 9, and everyone else, please score the image. This image has moved to a 7, a silver award. Thank you for that teamwork, guys. This next image is in portrait orientation, and we are going to move to our next image, please. This image has a caption: Grain loading, bulk carrier experience port, annual report imagery. I'd like to thank North Metro TAFE for hosting us and being a supporter of the Ilford Orloff Awards for the last couple of years, and the support of the advanced diploma students from the North Metropolitan TAFE students. Our scores are coming through. Thank you, judges. This image scores an 8, a silver plus.
Can I challenge?
Serena would like to review this image. She's holding a 10 in her hand, so she has the right to challenge.
I think this image is amazing. When I first looked at it before I heard the comments, I actually thought it was like an old man, like with the whiskers coming down and the hat and the face. I know. I'm into the abstract. So obviously put it in context when I heard what it was. But I think this is a really powerful image, and the solidness of the background versus the flow of the whatever steam or grain or whatever it is coming down, I think would be a fantastic image if I was this particular client. So.
Thank you for that. Can I please hear from you, Christian?
For a bit of a background, that'll be wheat going into the hull of a ship, and the water will be there to stop dust, and there's water injected into it to keep it slightly moist. It does. It's generally a challenging subject because the white is so white, and the dark, it can get very black and dark. So it's made a good assessment on exposure. It's what I would expect from if that was commissioned to shoot that. It doesn't particularly show the wheat off to its best, but it really does show how it's loaded and the process. And it's a nice, strong vertical image that shows that process. So I think it's a good commercial image.
Chris Saunders, can I hear your response to that, please?
Yeah, I'm pretty much with you there, Christian. You know, I scored this as 7, so I put it in silver. The reason I scored it there was for the reasons you commented on, and also I think there is there's an element of scale in this image that the photographer is showing us without showing us. Which is that 18-meter mark. Down to 10 meters. We know there's another 10 meters below it. quite enjoy the actual motion in the grain. It sort of shows the business in process and those sorts of things. So, yeah, I think it's a really good image. I just and I think that the photographer's got what they can out of that scene.
Richard, your thoughts?
I gave it an 8, and I'm happy that I'm at the mark there. I think it reeks of ingenuity, which is to its credit. Colour palette's terrific, and technically very skillfully handled.
Gary, do you have anything to add?
Yes, just what is a difficult subject? You walk into this sort of situation as a commercial photographer and you go, what a mess. And you've got so many things to photograph, and bringing down 3 or 4 elements to a very understandable level in that kind of pressure environment is a really hard thing to do. And he or she has done that really well. And for that reason, I gave it, a silver plus.
Awesome. Serena, you're right of reply there.
I think the image should be assessed on if you as the eye of a photographer rather than knowing what you're going to be walking into as a commercial photographer. And I think that is the beauty of the image, is that I have not done this sort of photography, and I think it gives that emotion if you're even if you haven't sort of been a photographer in that sort of area. So I think the emotive elements of the photograph and the contrast between the soft and the hardness of the wood, really, I think the photographer has done very well in promoting this as a beautiful image for the client. That's the word.
Thank you. You will hold your score on a 10 there, Serena, and everybody else has the chance to rescore this image. This image now scores an 8, a silver plus. Awesome commentary and debate there, team. Well done. We're going to move to our next image, please. We're looking forward to our awards evening night on the 19th of September, which is a Thursday night, opening 4:30, I'm sure.
Yes.
And you could purchase your tickets soon from our Pro Photography WA Facebook page. We'll have a link to Humanitics, which you can purchase your tickets to attend the event on. And that will be the first chance to see all of the finalists in print. We're looking forward to seeing you there. We have 4 judges holding up their score. We're waiting on 1 judge to deliberate and decide where their category fits. And this image scores an 8, a Silver Plus award. Thank you. The next image in landscape. Comment. Sorry. May I have a comment from Gary, please? Thank you, judges, keeping me in check.
I'm really, really liking the sophistication of lighting for portraiture coming back, which I haven't seen for some time. And that cool fill-in and the warm highlights are just so well executed with this, combined with great, you wouldn't call it posing, but I guess timing, and the textured background really suited.
Thank you for those comments. Now our next image is in landscape orientation. Thank you. This is the commercial category of the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards, and we would love to thank Ilford for their sponsorship as well as all of our other sponsors. So the next chance you'll have to be a part of the process at the Ilford Orloff Awards is the awards evening, because the print judging is a closed judging. But you will get to see all of the awesome imagery hanging in the State Library for that exhibition. Thank you, judges. This image scores a 7, a silver award. No, but you may comment. Christian's going to provide us with a comment.
I think the strength in this is that you really keep wondering what it is, how it is. The lighting's very nice. I love the dribbles, the texture in the bottom side under the highlights of each of the bumps. I like the fact that you don't really know. You think it's a sky, not really sure if it's a sky. It's all very out of the palette. There's soft warms into blues, delicately playing with the patterns and the repetitive nature of it. I think it's really strong. I think it's really great. I could look at that quite a lot.
Thank you, Christian. That was our final image. We're just going to go to a blank screen here, and we would like to thank all of our judges for their expertise and experience that they've brought to the panel and educational comments that they've provided for our entrants. They are invaluable, and we couldn't do this without you guys. So a massive round of applause for our judges, please, guys. Likewise, we couldn't do this without our sponsors. Ilford is our naming and major sponsor, and we cannot thank them enough for the support they've given us and provided us, as well as all of our other sponsors for all of our other categories, who are all WA photographic industry people, and we would love to thank them for sponsoring our awards and keeping our industry going the way it does. Thank you everyone who's come down and been in our audience. It's been amazing to have you down here, and we hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. And once again, a massive thank you to Jürgen from perthvideo.com.au to live stream it out to those of you in live stream land. We hope you've enjoyed watching it from the comfort of your homes, and we'd love it if you'd come down here next time, but Jürgen has done an amazing job at providing it for you at home. North Metro TAFE for hosting us here, and all of the students. Your help has been invaluable. This wouldn't have run like the same without you guys, and we can't thank the advanced diploma students enough for their support and efforts in sitting here and recording things for us and doing some running around, as well as Clinton and Lisa and Fiso for also helping us out whenever we need it for whatever we need done. We thank everybody who's been a part of the 2024 Ilford Orloff Awards, and that's us finished.